Choose a way. What is the remote? Get the remote, then I change the show. Get the remote.
Permanent Secretary is present. Honorable Ministers, Permanent Secretary is present. All public servants present. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this event and thank you for joining us here today to celebrate the 12th Africa Public Service Day 2023. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to the Honorable Minister for sparing time and being here with us today. I also extend special thanks to the PS Public Service and her team for having organized the celebration activities, but also I want to thank all of you who have participated and made contributions towards the success of this day. Let us also give a big applause for all public servants who are here and who are aware for the service that they are rendering to our citizens. We are gathered here today to remind ourselves of the importance of the public service in the development of our nation, but also to share success, challenges, and the way forward for the betterment of service delivery to our people. This year's celebration is under the theme, the African Continental Free Trade Area, in brief Africa. We require a fit for purpose African public administration to succeed. This theme effectively speaks to the AU theme of the year 2023, which is acceleration of the Africa implementation. What is Africa? Africa is an African Continental Free Trade Area agreement. It is a trade agreement that is pursuing market integration of African member states. It is assumed to be the biggest trade deal in the world in terms of numbers of participating countries. It is a vehicle for Africa's economic transformation, and through its various protocols, it will facilitate the movement of persons, labor, competition, investment, trade, and intellectual property. It was expected to have taken effect by 1st July 2020, but is stalled due to COVID-19 pandemic. The AU Assembly of July 2018, which was held in Mauritania, required member states to set up national implementation committees to help in the implementation of the AFTA agreement. These committees were charged with the functions of monitoring, evaluation, reporting, planning, strategizing, implementing policy reforms, trade negotiations, interface with the Secretariat of AU, inclusion purposes, private sector engagement, communication stakeholders, capacity building, which roles are played by the public servants. This therefore implies that the public service and administration is the core to the success of AFTA. AFTA relies on the competence and the skills of the public service at the national level to achieve its obligations of increasing inter-African trade and accelerating economic development among member states. Therefore, the proposed theme is in line with the crucial role of the public service in energizing the regional integration in this specific case of the AFTA. The Africa Public Service Day is an entrenched event on the African calendar and is meant to enhance governance and public administration across the continent. The aim of commemorating this day is to reflect on the provision of an enabling environment and platform to public servants to reflect on their achievements, challenges, solutions in their area of work. This day also gives us an opportunity to encourage and motivate public servants to continue the good work done, who is coming up with new initiatives and innovations of delivering services to the citizens. As we celebrate, we also receive feedback from the citizenry on the public services rendered with a view to prepare and focus the public service interventions for a better future by proposing constructive and impactful changes for the well-being of the citizens. As we strive to deliver better services, we must acknowledge that there are gaps in capacity within the public administrative machinery, and there is need to find a balance between building a capable public service and the cost-cutting measures, which would require a lot of sacrifice and innovations to facilitate an effective and efficient service delivery in our country. Good governance is key for effective service delivery, and it's very important for the public service machinery to function well. Therefore, we the leaders, we need to lead effectively, give directions, inspire confidence, and encourage innovation. On this day, I want all of us to recommit ourselves to be innovative, to reward public sector excellence, motivate public servants, enhance public service professionalism, raise the image of the public service, enhance trust in government, collect, document, and share best practices. As I conclude, I call upon you all public servants in your various state pockets to put special efforts in activities geared towards the implementation of AFTA and to serve the citizens in an inclusive manner. I wish you a happy Public Service Day. Thank you for listening to me, and may I now invite the Minister to give his remarks. Thank you.
The head of service, the permanent secretary is present. All of you senior government officials, technical officers who are here, the media, and our guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to this 12th Africa Public Service Day celebration, which has been organized under the theme, the African Continent Free Trade Area will require a fit for purpose African public administration succeed. This day is commemorated to recognize the contribution of the public service, the national development, and to the democratization process. World over, the public service supports constitutional and democratic governments. It enables both the current and successive governments to supports government to pursue long-term public interest and facilitates active citizenship and acts in accordance with the law. Therefore, commemorating this day is extremely important, really, on three counts. One, it is an occasion for us to recognize and commend all the public servants of Uganda for their noble and patriotic effort that they render daily in the service of the country. And this is for socio-economic transformation and the democratic process of the country, and generally the transformation and development and well-being of the people of Uganda. The socio-economic transformation in the areas of education, health, infrastructure, manufacturing, production, trade, governance, among others, have been enabled by the active participation and sacrifice of the public servants. We therefore use this opportunity to commend you and commend the public servants accordingly. The Africa Public Service Day has provided the opportunity to showcase the services that the public offers to the public, their clients. It is common for the ordinary people not to know what services are offered by different ministries, by different departments and agencies, and the respective service delivery points. So it is for this reason that various ministries, departments, and agencies are exhibiting the various services that they offer the public in order to bridge the information gap. Therefore, calling upon the public, everybody, to come and visit these exhibition tents, interact with the people there, so that they can have an appreciation of the various services that are offered. They can know where they are delivered from and the procedures for accessing those services. Therefore, let the public make use of this opportunity and the goodwill, and then be good ambassadors to the rest of the members of the public in this partnership, the partnership between the public servants and the recipients of the service that they give, that's the public. The media is very instrumental in bridging this information gap. And I'd like to call upon the media to strengthen this partnership between the service and themselves, and provide all the necessary information to the public regarding the services, and indeed make clear to the public what kind of services are rendered, so that any mistake, any misunderstanding, any misrepresentation regarding the role of the public service is eliminated. The partnership with the media, in my view, will help citizen participation and empowerment, and improve actually the patriotism and actually spur socio-economic transformation. I'd like to commend the media
Extension, you're using.
And really, in large measure, we attribute the success of this day to your active participation and participation. Please keep it up. This day is also good for us and the public to renew their commitment to improve service delivery to the public. The public expects an efficient, effective, high quality, and responsive service. Now, as public servants, we are challenged to recommit to diligently offer high quality services that meet the expectations of the citizens. This will call for innovation, will call for high levels of integrity, transparency, and a positive mindset change that puts the citizen at the center of service delivery. We deliver service, but the citizens at the center, the citizens first. The government of Uganda has put in place several policies aimed at social economic transformation of the citizens. However, like PBN, a program that policy. However, the speed, the responsiveness, and the innovativeness appear to be lagging behind the public expectations. This is what the public have been high, but the way we are moving, we are not at the same pace. It is time, therefore, now for action, and action, and action, and quick action, and quick action. Now, you as public servants provide the front line, and you are expected to continue providing frontline services above reproach. I'm aware of the challenges that public servants face. There are several, including insufficient remuneration or inadequate remuneration. I'll not say poor remuneration, but inadequate remuneration. Inadequate tools of work, and inadequate resources, among others. These are indeed very serious challenges. Hence the need for innovation, and hence the need for a positive mindset and patience and determination to move forward. One thing is clear is that government is committed to improving the working condition, is committed to increasing resource availability, and it is also committed to improving the remuneration levels of all the public servants. And this is in line with the pay plan projection. So much as these challenges are there, at least there's a commitment that these challenges are going to be worked on, and one by one, they'll certainly be sorted out. In fulfillment of this commitment, government has already started, as you're aware, of enhancing the salaries of scientists and other sectors of the public service. Scientists, fish officers, the medical workers, and so many. This is really clear proof of the commitment, so that in the end, everybody has some reasonable remuneration and can render a service with a lot of confidence. These sciences, for instance, form a critical resource for innovation, for invention, and they are the base of the knowledge economy. And the knowledge economy, as you know, is very critical for faster economic transformation. I'm therefore calling upon all of you public servants to be patient. Be patient, particularly those cadres who have not yet got the required remuneration. Be patient. Be patient in the knowledge that time is coming, and it's not very far away, that also your sector will be taxed and that sector will be enhanced. Then you work with even greater confidence. And of course, with the growth of the economy, this is not just a mere dream or just a mere hope. It is a real hope, it's a real dream. Remuneration is going to be there. I'd like to salute the National Organizing Committee for making every effort to organize this important day. And all of you, the public, for turning up to be part of this grand event. I would like to thank the media for this partnership and the constructive engagement. I wish to thank you, all of you, for turning up for this year's commemoration. And therefore, I wish you a very happy Africa Public Service Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. A big round of applause for the Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for giving us hope. I'm one of the civil servants. After listening to your speech, I am very hopeful, especially when you use the word commitment from government. The government is committed to enhancing welfare of civil servants and generally public servants. As I've already mentioned, in our midst, in addition to the other people I mentioned, we have the AIGP representing the Inspector General of Police. As I told you recently, he has taken the Gaganjuan salute. You know, when we were in O level, we were using very big words. Who knows the meaning of Gaganjuan? We also have the PS, the Office of the President, Amidi Sas. I know his name, but I was cautioned against mentioning names. I will have the PS, Education Service Commission. Very good, welcome. We have the PS, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. We have the PS, Ministry of Trade. Our chief guest seems to be arriving. I'm not sure, I will have to be advised, but it seems that is our chief guest, the Prime Minister, Right Honorable Robin Nabanja. We are going to have the paper delivered by Mr. Emmanuel Mutahunga, who is representing the PS Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Cooperatives. But before that paper, we are going to have two pieces of entertainment, one from prisons and the second from police, in that order. Prisons, one piece of entertainment, and then we go to police. Then Mr. Mutahunga will deliver the paper that has been skipped for strategic reasons. Police, rather prisons. Are you ready? Oh, okay. Prisons. I'm told you have four pieces of entertainment. You can choose, you can use your discretion to give us the best. Be mindful of time.
Yes. Thank you. There's a start to it.
As they prepare, as prisoners prepare themselves, we also have the deputy head of public service, Amit Stas. I don't know where you are seated. Yes, yes. Sorry. My apologies. We also have the Secretary Public Service Commission. Doctor, I was cautioned that I didn't mention your name, but it's Dr. Mbabazi, is the brother of one of my friends in Kosovo. You may not know him. Yes. Okay, please.
Yes.
Let's go practice. 1, 2, 3, go. Let's go. Ah.
Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause to Uganda Prison Services? Thank you so much for that. Even as we have the other entertainment come in, I just wish to remind all our guests, all our participants, that we have got several live services that are taking place right now. If you know where the Ministry of Health tent is, there is quite a lot that you can benefit from there. For instance, we have got hepatitis B, vaccination and screening. You can also have your yellow fever vaccination or your COVID-19 vaccination. They've also gone further to have health and wellness education, as well as HIV testing and screening. That is under the Ministry of Health. Now, right next to it, there is the Mulago Specialized Women's and Neonatal Hospital. Right now, they have family planning services taking place there. They also have cervical cancer screening. So ladies, if you'd like to be sure that you are cancer-free, I would encourage that you find time and you go and have a screening for cervical cancer. You can also have your breast examination for breast cancer carried out there. And they have got ultrasound scanning for pregnant mothers. Then right next to them, we also have Uganda Cancer Institute, who are also offering cervical cancer screening, breast examination, prostate cancer screening, especially for the men who are 40 years and above. And still within the same area, we have got the Uganda Blood Transfusion Services. I'm sure you don't need to be reminded about the need for blood. We have got a shortage of blood in our health services in different parts of the country. So we encourage everybody here that can to please go get tested for some of these illnesses and have your safe blood transfusion carried out there. Under the Ministry of Lands, they also have a live check. If you want to find out about the status of your land or your land title, you can go to the Ministry of Lands and they can check for you there.
Okay, thank you, KMC. I can only add that by locating where the Ministry of Health tent is, where services are being delivered free of charge, moreover, free of charge at the government cost, public cost. Where you see those police vehicles being exhibited just around there. As police prepare, police your next entertainment, as you prepare, I would like to announce in our midst, we have the president of the Association of Africa Public Administrators and Managers, Dr. John Nakabako. Where are you? Yes, my former lecturer. Dr. John Nakabako is now Director of Finance and Administration at Uganda Management Institute. He was elected president last year in December, I think, in South Africa, not in Uganda, but in South Africa. And if I get the list of those people he competed against, I'll avail it to you. And the number of votes that he got, I will also avail to you. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Lands, has sent us apologies for non-attendance, but is represented. Just sent a delegate. Police. After police entertainment, we shall have the paper by Mr. Emmanuel Mutahunga. He was reminding me the name of his ministry. It is the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. I hope I've got it right now, sir. Very good. Police.
Yeah, close. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Uganda Police Brass Band.
A round of applause for the Uganda Police Force. I would like to suggest to the Uganda Police Force that you diversify and start studying a Bivulu. You are very good Congolese singers. Yeah, we are going to have a solo performance by Afande Oje. Solo performance. Oje, you need this?
Hapa ndani kuna wasanii wakali kutoka Uganda Police. Afande
Selector full. Afande Oje, Afande Mia. Afande Oje is not with us, but this song we did it with him. So I'm Afande Mia. DJ, play the tune, we go.
hapa ndani kuna wasanii wakali kutoka Uganda Police. Afande Mia, Afande Jubila ndio tuko ndani ya nyumba. Tunaona kuna ngoma, kuna moto weke juu. Kazi yetu ni nzuri sana. Kazi yetu ni nzuri sana. Kazi yetu nzuri sana.
Kazi yetu mzuri sana. Kazi yetu mzuri sana. Asante sana. Uganda Police Force, thank you so much.
For bringing out all the stuff from public service and PS. We did not know that the PS could dance like that.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, police, for releasing that pressure. A round of applause again for the Uganda Police Force.
Piga makofi.
Makofi mbele mbele. Asante sana. Ongeza tena. Aha. They look what I was to say I was before. But I'm not one of them. At this point in time, I'd like to invite Mr. Emmanuel Mutahunga to come and deliver a paper on behalf of the PS, Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives. Am I right? Good.
This of entertainment. Indeed, we are relieved. Let me formally begin the paper now. The Honorable Minister for Public Service, the Head of Public Service and Secretary to Cabinet, the Permanent Secretary. Let me begin afresh. The Honorable Minister of Public Service, the Head of Public Service and Secretary of Cabinet, Permanent Secretaries here present, the other senior public servants here and distinguished participants. I greet you all and wish to formally register the apology of my Permanent Secretary, who would have wished to be here to present this paper, but due to other pressing engagements outside this country was not able to make it here. My name is Emmanuel Mutahunga, and I'm the Assistant Commissioner in charge of external trade, particularly Maltrato trade. From the onset, allow me to register the appreciation of the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives to the Minister of Public Service for organizing this event where we celebrate the Africa Public Service Day, but more importantly for choosing a very topical theme for the celebrations, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and how it will be important for us to have a fit for purpose public service or administration to succeed. We also would want to formally register our appreciation to the entire public service, but also the private sector who are our partners as government as we deliver our services, not just the country, but the continent as well. My presentation is meant to last about 15 minutes, and we've structured it in about 4 our services. But the continent as well. We structured it in about okay, my friends, it's better now. So I think we've structured the presentation in 4 short sections, given the time that we have to highlight it. But I wish to assure you that all the critical information will be put out, and the paper has been available for the Ministry of Public Service, and I believe it will be put on the website, and we'll also put it on the ministry's website, so that for further reading, it can be accessed there. We'll have a snapshot of the African Continental Free Trade Area so that we are all on the same page as we talk about it. We'll quickly look at the state of intra-African trade, particularly figures so that we know what we are talking about. Then we'll provide highlights of Uganda in the African Continental Free Trade Area. And then last, which will be more like a conclusion, will show how a fit for purpose public administration is indeed a prerequisite for us to deliver successfully the African Continental Free Trade Area. Now, as a way of a snapshot, I will quickly remind ourselves that the Continental Free Trade Area is anchored in the Lagos Plan of Action and the Abuja Treaty 1980. And it was on this basis that the Assembly of the African Union in 2012 adopted a very critical decision, the decision on boosting intra-African trade and fast-tracking the African Continental Free Trade Area. That was 2012, about 11 years ago. And within that decision, the heads of state also endorsed the framework, roadmap, and architecture for boosting intra-African trade and establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area. Subsequent to that, in 2015, we had the heads of state again launching negotiations for establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Area. 3 years later, in 2018, after 10 serious negotiating rounds between the state parties of members of the African Union, the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area was signed in Kigali, Rwanda, and that was March 2018. It was signed by 44 out of the 55 member states of the African Union, and I'm glad to report that Uganda was one of the 44 countries that signed. So we are among the pioneers taking place. And in any case, we had actually chaired the conducting session of the negotiation for the continental area of the African Union. Get implemented through the annexes and protocols, and some of these include the protocol on trading goods, which defines the modalities of tariff liberalization or removal of tariffs, removal of non-tariff barriers, customs cooperation, exchange of information, and also elements related to standards for technical barriers to trade, and food and feed safety for the sanitary and phytosanitary measures, but also more importantly, the rules of origin. Because rules of origin determine the nationality of the products, so that we are able to establish that if we agreed to remove tariffs or taxes on product A coming from country Y, a similar product coming from country Z does not benefit from that tariff removal scheme. So the rules of origin become very important on that. And they are essentially these annexes that operationalize the trade agreement. And these were also part of the agreement that was signed in 2018. As the head of service alluded earlier, the CFTA is the world's largest free trade area. It brings currently 54 member countries together, 54 member countries out of the 55 member countries of the African Union. It is only one country, Eritrea, which has not signed the agreement. Again, largely because of the political differences with the country where the negotiations were hosted, which is Ethiopia. And the the Continental Free Trade Area builds on the existing regional economic communities. So it recognizes the existing trading integration initiatives and the 8 regional communities that are recognized. I only mention those 3, which Uganda is a member of. That's the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, the East African Community, and the Intergovernmental Authority on Development. They are recognized as building blocks of the African Continental Free Trade Area, implying that what is already achieved within those communities must be sustained, and what we are going to do under the Continental Free Trade Area. The overall mandate of the CFTA is to create a single continental market. And this continental market is estimated to have a population of about 1.3 billion people, a combined gross domestic product of $3.4 billion US. The agreement or the Continental Free Trade Area aims at eliminating trade barriers, boosting African trade, but also advancing trade in value-added products across all sectors of the economy. And we all know the importance that our government attaches to value addition, and therefore the Continental Free Trade Area provides us an opportunity to boost production back home and industrialization. And of course, as we go along, you'll be seeing how important it is for us as public servants to be fully tuned to these requirements in order for us to deliver. We envisage that the Continental Free Trade Area would contribute significantly to development of regional value chains, so that we are now not competing as countries, but rather cooperating for purposes of the wider industrialization of Africa. And ultimately, of course, once this is done, you have enhanced job creation and improved economic welfare for the people. We envisage that with the Continental Free Trade Area, would need to build the competitiveness of our enterprises, so that ultimately we are trading more with ourselves as Africa, as opposed to being reliant on other continents, as is currently the case. And I'll give some figures when I get to the section on the state of inter-African trade as of now, and you'll see how appalling somehow it is. Another key timeline I would share is the entry into force of the agreement, which was in May 2019, and the start of trading, which was originally envisaged to be in 2020, was pushed forward because of COVID-19. When COVID broke out, a couple of things that were being envisaged to be in place by that time couldn't be put in place, and the start date for trading had to be pushed forward till 1st January 2021. Then in October 2022, we launched what is called the Guided Trade Initiative, which is essentially matchmaking we get an enterprise from Uganda, which has products to export, and through the Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, a company that wishes to import similar products from another country, say somewhere in West Africa, is linked to this exporting company, and the two do business together. That's essentially now the initiative that is on since 2022 October, and Uganda is taking advanced steps to join. We have other elements that are covered in the agreement, such as trading services, dispute settlement mechanism. We also have intellectual property rights covered in there, investment, digital trade, competition policy, and women and youth in trade. There are some other key elements that are important to bring out. The Continental Free Trade Area is projected to lift 30 million people out of extreme poverty by 2035, and also boost revenues by $450 billion by 2035. And indeed, it would require a resilient public service for us to partake a bigger share of the 450 billion dollars extra income. Now, if you notice, all these are opportunities, potential opportunities. Now, the issue is, what will it take for us to get a bigger portion of this? In opinion, would need, as a continent, as a country, to boost productivity. What we are producing, we need to scale it up. Would need to expand opportunities. Would need to significantly improve intra-African interconnectivity. Would also need to create domestic capacity to harness these opportunities. Now, you will really appreciate that for us to do this, we have to meticulously plan for them and also execute them. They're not just come. If you are talking about interconnectivity, you have to plan. I think our chief guest has arrived. I may need to pause it.
Hello, our distinguished guests. Our main guest has arrived, but the guest is going to be escorted around the exhibition tent. And after the exhibition, our guest will come back to the main tent where we shall have the anthems, the Ugandan followed by the East African anthem. So for now, the receiving party has gone to receive the Prime Minister, our main guest for the day, and they're immediately going to proceed to the exhibition. So the people who are manning your tents, please be available on hand, and please be as brief as possible to allow for our main guests to visit all the tents. So please be as brief as possible to allow our main guests to interface with people in all the tents. As the Prime Minister is moving around the stalls, we shall allow for Mr. Mutahunga to finish his presentation. So could you kindly give him your attention to allow him to finish his presentation? Thank you.
Okay, let me proceed. I was moving to the next subsection, which is the state of intra-African trade. And I'll quickly highlight a few figures in here. Currently, untapped export potential is estimated at $21.9 billion, and this is equivalent to 43% of intra-African exports. Then we also, from our projections, note that an additional $9.2 billion USA dollars of export potential can be realized through partial tariff liberalization under the CFTA within the next 5 years. Then we also project that we would need to address intra-African non-tariff barriers, infrastructure gaps, and market information gaps, so that many people know what is available in terms of what the CFTA does. Then the most important, where we as public servants, again, have a critical role to play, is in terms of reducing structural and regulatory barriers to market entry and the rules of origin administration, like I earlier pointed out. Then the other key figure to bring out is that our share of exports to the rest of the world range from 80 to 90% for the period 2000-2017. And this is an indication of Africa's higher export dependence on the rest of the world. Then intra-African exports in 2017 were estimated at only 16.6%, which of course is a low figure. It means that we don't trade more with ourselves. And the continental free trade area is essentially meant to address these kinds of shortcomings. We will appreciate that the export potential of Africa is undermined by significant dependence on primary commodities, because these account for about 70% of extra-African exports, with manufactured goods accounting for only 15% of exports outside Africa.
Some selfish person just
So how the coffee cream has an pharmacopoeia moves and moves the coffee lotion for anti-aging and cancer.
I go to also where that in front of that yellow truck, just over there.
Yes. Aha.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nabalema. Thank you so much for that entertainment. Tomorrow will be greater than today. Your tomorrow should be greater than today. Thank you so much.
So another song says God is a miracle working God.
Today,
My own composition. So if you need a city, the city is available. Come on. Yeah. Minister of Agriculture, where are you? Come on, come on. God is a miracle worker, a miracle worker. It's better than your problems. It's better than your God is a miracle worker. That is how you think. God is a miracle worker. Thank you. God is a miracle worker. Thank you, backup. God is a let's give out. God is a miracle worker. Come on. Oh, when the road is tonight to the way is tonight. Minister of Agriculture, where are you? People shaking here. What is that? Sunday, miracle worker, miracle worker. Give me some motto. Sing like this. Miracle worker, like that. Miracle worker, miracle worker, miracle worker. Umukozi w'ebyamagero. Miracle worker. Atulesane kuluna kuluna. Tuli ku public service vera miracle worker. Yetutirinya. Miracle worker. Mama mtoto tubuga. Miracle worker. Miracle worker. Umukozi w'ebyamagero. Kale. I never heard that. What are you talking about? Everybody forgot this. Everybody. Miracle worker. Miracle worker. What did I call it? What did I? Oh, when the Lord is soon, you come back to love it soon. Oh, what you want on ya? Then not to love it. Oh, I'm a sinner, Gasset to love it, Gasset. Columbucha. I'm a Columbucha. I'm a Columbucha. I'm a Columbucha. Papa Mission of Columbucha. Some people, what are you talking about? Come on. What is it? Chukachiri. Come on. What are you talking about? Miracle worker. 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 You are your mother. Miracle worker. You are your mother. Miracle worker. I think everyone knows. That's what I want. Miracle worker. I said I love you. Miracle worker. You run you up. Masumba wake. Etrelezo. Simomukie. Akalululawe. Atanakakuba. Miracle worker. Miracle worker. Miracle worker. Miracle worker. Miracle worker. Miracle worker. God is a miracle worker. Miracle worker. Omukozi w'ebyamagendo.
Thank you very much. Can you give a round of applause?
Yes, God is a miracle worker. And if you look up in the sky, you notice that we started with an overcast day and now the sun is out beautifully. That in itself is a miracle. We thank God for this beautiful day. Could we now ask Uganda Prisons to please give us some entertainment?
Yes.
You coordinate on me.
Hey, Nero, what are you bring that demand? Come back. I box. I did it.
Edward, but now
Wherever I've gone, they have received of fish.
No. You're not actually.
You can hear me, guys? Yes? Yes, you can hear me.
Even yesterday, I had to check
Madam, that is an area of it whereby whoever tried the breach is seen as a problem. If you look at it, most of the people who come forward are the problem. But if you went to the ground, the people are very happy.
that is for another message.
For sure.
We are not so. I will ask you, where is Amani? I want to the marine.
You guys can hear me the other side? Yes. Can you hear me that side? Mumpulira ku Zoom that side.
So, madam, this is a component of CRT from counterterrorism department, counterterrorism directorate, tax response, and
Can you hear me that side? Don't say.
Yes. We have
Why do you take a road?
Okay.
Madam, we don't take loans. Sometimes we do difficult things, but we try our best. So this is our specialized vehicle. It's a Ford. What you see on top, it's called a MAD, mobile adjustable ramp system. That's why you see the other ramps are up. How we use it, for example, we are a resident and we find a highway or fence. The ramp system helps us to go through on top, then enter inside. It as well work as it helps us to transport our fighting force. Then also the ramp system, we train on it because CRT comprises of K9, we have bomb, then we have assault, we have also paratroopers who can come from a helicopter. They are dropped on top of a building, then we access the building using drones, as one of us will demonstrate the other side. Okay, madam, this side. Function to observe is observing where enemy fire can come from, so you have to protect the team as they come down also. Come down.
Yes, pass. Hello.
It's my signature.
Block?
You block. Top class. Great.
What about the bike that
Then we have also
Hello.
Thank you so much.
Yes, community service. And affairs. Yeah. Service. And last year, statistics 60% of convictions all went to the service. Coming up 14,000 inmates, but diverted to operations for media service. So we are now in rehabilitation, and as part of rehabilitation,
We need to go with your Sarah.
Yes.
And see how so that you can have that.
Yes, right. Thank you.
Yeah, we offer forensic services such as DNA, morphology, yes, one
You don't remind us of that.
Thank you.
Kanya bukanya.
Have the electronic court case management information system, which supports people to file online. Now they no longer come to our courts to file their cases. So they can file online using internet and computers and they are able to receive their cases. So provide them updates. It's different from it is the same. So we provide them updates on whatever stage their case was until the time we get the judgment. So we also have other services. Yes. Yes. It is open 24/7. You can file over the weekend. You can file at night. So we no longer close our registry. We are working between 8 and 5.
There are people and staff who are responding to those.
Yes. So you can also pay for it.
Has it reduced on the case backlog?
It is trying to reduce on the case backlog. So parallel did 8 court stations. So we are in the period of rolling it out to other court stations. That's reduce having various court levels. We have other innovations like where we don't entertain lawyers. So the litigants come stand before a magistrate and argue out their case. Yes, it's for cases below 10 million shillings. So for those who have below 10 million, you can come, you help judge to file your documents, then you appear before a magistrate, and we expect that these cases should be resolved within a maximum of 14 days. You get your judgment. Because we believe that
More than less than 10 million, whatever is less than 10 million, we are able to carry it.
Are you not giving the people a capture?
Later on, this happens.
This one is what, by the way, sir?
This is a water.
I take.
Okay, it's all right.
Connectivity, we're pushing connectivity in the whole country. Health centers right now are what we're working on because we noticed we want to digitize our health information records. So this policy is yes, because now we are working with development partners to install supply chain systems everywhere in the health centers, because together with NFS and joint medical stores, and for that we also need connectivity. Then we want to tell you something about national guidance.
How I will check it like
Very
You're covering something. A processing machine.
They have what?
Yeah.
I don't want it to
Finance.
Currently,
so the first time you are also get some
The challenges. Maybe we'll not.
How was the interview? The confidence. The first one was a bit hard, but we tried. The second one was the second one.
No problem.
We are aware about it. We are waiting for this. Then the different
Jambo bana akarikati uzuri sana wakaribishwa Uganda yetu, hakuna matata. Uganda nchi nzuri, hakuna matata. Tufurahi sote, hakuna matata. Tufurahi sote, hakuna matata. Uganda nchi nzuri, hakuna matata.
Thank you. On behalf of all our guests here, allow me to thank the different bands for trying to give us a mix of music. I think that was a little difficult. I've tried to listen to one band with one ear, another with the other ear. That is not very easy. But thank you very much. The Right Honorable Prime Minister is going through the stalls now. She has been through more than 75% so far, and she wants to make it a point to visit, interact, and get as much information as possible from each and every stall here. Once again, we'd like to remind all our participants who are here that we have got several live services that are taking place, that are going on, and we'd like to invite you to please find these tents and find out how you can support them. First of all, we want to thank the Uganda Police for all the different services that they are showcasing today. In the corner where you can see the police trucks, the motorboat, and so many other specialized vehicles, they are showcasing their ICT skills and specifically on their CCTV capabilities, their National Emergency Call Center, research, development, and innovation. And you can see their command vehicle there, their command ICT vehicle. On the side of forensics, they are displaying how they do their firearm fingerprinting, DNA profiling, screening for drugs, and also the other services such as provision of certificates for good conduct and cyber crime analysis. On city counterterrorism, there is a lot of equipment there, bomb equipment, the crisis response team and their capabilities, as well as their canine, the dog section. So I invite members of the public to go and observe and learn what it is that the Uganda Police Force does. On their health services, they also do public health, medical, legal, library services, lab services, and you can see how their ambulances are always on standby. We also thank the Marines that have brought the equipment out of the water to show us what it looks like. They have their rescue equipment as well as monitoring equipment. And we've got monitoring of traffic, not only on land, but also on water to ensure that we have water security and safety. We also have the Uganda traffic, the police, traffic police. If you have any outstanding payments, please go and check and clear them today to avoid being unnecessarily embarrassed in different places. So the traffic are helping with validation of the express penalty scheme, and they're receiving any complaints that you may have, or such as erroneous tickets. If you have any, you can go and have it corrected now. You can also make inquiries on the breathalyzer and the validation of driving licenses and permits. We also thank the team, especially from the Ministry of Health, for all the services that they're offering live and free. If you'd like to go and have tests made under the Ministry of Health, please go and check for your hepatitis B status. Yellow fever, you can have your vaccination. You can also have a COVID-19 vaccination done. They're also conducting HIV testing and screening and health and wellness education for anybody that needs the service. We also thank the Mulago Specialized Women's and Neonatal Hospital that is offering family planning services, cervical screening, breast examinations, ultrasound scanning for pregnant mothers. Now, under the Uganda Cancer Institute, they also have a cervical cancer screening, breast examination, and prostate cancer screening for men, especially those over 40. And I encourage all the men here above 40 to take the time, go and find out more about prostate cancer. Under Uganda Blood Transfusion Services, we are continuing with the blood donation drive. So if you have time, before you go for any of the other vaccinations, please ensure that you've donated blood and you have contributed towards saving a life in Uganda. To all the exhibitors who have come in today, we very specially recognize all of you, and we notice that you have all come out with your best colors. So once again, we thank NERA Uganda for the registration, especially for citizenship. And if you'd like to check the status of your national identity card or your name, please proceed to their tent. We thank the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. We thank NARO Uganda. NARO Uganda have displayed quite a lot. If you want to know all about the different seeds that Uganda has, there is a seed bank. And the seed bank is a depository of all the seeds that we have in Uganda. Please go and find out about the Gene Seed Bank and also about the different improved seeds, especially those that are bio-fortified with zinc and iron, and especially good for pregnant mothers and children under 5. You can also see the different varieties of coffee that have been released by NARO Uganda and the different value-added services. For instance, did you know that you can have a facial scrub using the coffee as one of its byproducts? You can also go and see what they can do with the green bananas, the matoke that we have, besides just having matoke as food. So we thank Naro Uganda for the different value adds and all their displays. NADS, the National Agricultural Services, please pass there to find out more, especially about the macadamia nut, which is a really high value nut, as well as the Hass avocado. Uganda Coffee Development Authority, I've also taken a cup of coffee from there. So thank you very much for all that you do with coffee and cocoa and all the value addition that's made there. The Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Industry has their stall and exhibit their services. Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control for the SESE control. Uganda Registration Services Bureau. I know there are several people here that would like to know about the incorporation of companies and also registration, such as registration of your marriage. If you don't know your marital status, you might want to go and check with them, and they can advise you on how to legalize your possession. But under Registration Services Bureau, you can also find out more about intellectual properties and the SIMPO, which is the security interest on movable property, the register. You want to take a loan somewhere and you have a car, you have a laptop, they can monitor and they can let you know if that car or that laptop has been used as security in another place. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we thank you. We know how specialized you are handling foreign policy. Ministry of Local Government, the depository of Parish Development Model. And we especially thank you for the different interventions you have towards local climate adaptability and how the common person can actually contribute towards monitoring climate change and all the factors to deter the erosion of our country. Ministry of Health, like I mentioned earlier, with all the different vaccines. Like I mentioned earlier, also you've got the Uganda Police Force and all their specialized arms. And next to them, you've got UPC. If you have any comment about their entertainment, their news, some feedback that you have, please proceed to that tent. We also thank the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control, and all the different services that you've shown today, especially in the community servicing, the National Labor, as well as what the NGO Bureau does. We thank you for all that information. The Judiciary, we thank you for all that the information, and I'm sure there are several people who have come to inquire about how the judiciary can help them as individuals. We also have ICT, the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, Office of the Prime Minister, and locally here, we've got the Kampala Capital City Authority, KCCA. Don't go and accuse them today. Go and find out more about what they do and how, whether your area of a board is part of their plan, part of the expansion or development plan. We also thank the Ministry of Water and Environment, who have some really beautiful displays there. And you can see how their different models work towards the maintenance and operation of different water services across the country. And they're especially showing that water is cheaper out of Kampala. So besides the piped water, you can still have safe boreholes that are drilled for you and valley dams and irrigation to ensure sustainability of agriculture and our livelihoods. So thank you, Ministry of Environment and Water. The Health Service Commission, the Ministry of Education have also come out with several of their different units and departments showcasing exactly what they do, and it's broader than many of us might imagine. Office of the DPP, if you have got any cases that you'd like the DPP to take an interest in, this may be one of the venues where you can walk up to them and ask about how to go about informing them about prosecution in different areas. The Judicial Service Commission, we also thank you for your presence here. The Office of the President has come out strong with their platform, the Apex platform, showing exactly how they're involved in monitoring the different activities that Office of the President gets involved in, the commitments that they make towards this country. Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, we especially thank you for the campaign that you came out with recently, Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. And that just showcases how beautiful Uganda is and how different individuals can actually get to know about the beauty of Uganda. The Uganda Museum, we thank you. I see your truck is appropriately placed. There's information there on the monuments, museums, and monuments. And of course, our own hosts, Ministry of Public Service, we thank the team that is here. I'm sure people can come and get information about pension and all other areas that they can be supported, especially on their challenges in the different jobs and how they can be assisted. So to all the exhibitors, I noticed there were also some that were in the tents behind, like Education Service Commission. Now, Education Service Commission, we cannot see you from here, but we recognize that you're on the ground, and we're especially glad about your e-recruitment. There is a manual that you have come out with on e-recruitment, and that is something that is in line or in tune with the digital advancements. So we thank you for the information that you have brought, and I'm sure that anybody that wants to know more will come to your tent. Now, even as the Prime Minister makes their way through, allow me once again to invite Uganda Prisons Band to please give us one short piece. I was told that Uganda Prisons, you had come with a team with Larakaraka. So please get set, get ready to entertain us as royals for the day.
Thank you very much, COMC. So prisons, Larakaraka quickly. Then we shall end with you. Magulu, what is the word? Magulu Muliro. There is a Kisoga dance called Magulu Muliro. That's what we shall end with. And we shall be done with prisons. Then we remain with police and the others. So prisons, Larakaraka.
Hey.
After here, you watch the audio that side here.
Ndio dawa waliko imegenda bija. Ani kalika katala. Kaina balance. From where from what? We can get twice in the
About the beauty of Uganda dances, you can see it right in front of you. I challenge our participants who are here. If any of you knows how to do this dance, please come and show them. If any of you knows how to dance like them, please come and join them. Laraka, let's give them a round of applause wherever you are.
Okay, another round of applause. You seem to be either tired or hungry or both. But anyway, we came here long ago. Police, prepare to entertain us. As you prepare, the program is going to run like this. When the Prime Minister comes, we shall play the national anthem, then the East African anthem. We shall then have a brief from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, a brief of the paper that he presented in 3 or so minutes. Then we shall have remarks from the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Public Service, remarks from the Minister of Public Service, and finally, before that, in between the anthems and the brief by the representative of the PS Minister of Trade, we shall have entertainment from prisons. They will give us a Kisoga dance. I hope it will be brief. Kisoga dance, and then you'll be updated on the other items of the program. So, police.
I hope you're happy now. I see you pieces on the ground with your sports. Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you change the skin color. Get your face on now. Now you want to see. Up and down from say, Wookie up and yeah. None of my business. And I see you in London. Silicon and your bamba. Shaking what your doctor gave you. Only what you have Susanna say, hello. If you get the other song, somebody loves you. Say, hello. Change your mind is not before. Somebody loves you. Tabia, shepu ni majaliwa, ila wengi ni matabia, na shepa kabarikiwa, mwanamume hisia, Pesa ni majaliwa, ila wengi walivimba hisia, na pesa tabarikiwa na kuona bahari. Hapo kando ya General, ukiongezewa nywele seje na samba business. And I see you in China, shaking back to China, shaking what the doctor gave you. But the one thing yes, is on the bunch, say, hello, hello, hello. If you get the girl this song, somebody loves. Hello, say, hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you. I said, no, for something is you go put Jamina do. I said, Jackie, for your need, but the way what is Uzua. When I got the mom, said, then I want your way. If it keep in the you rub me on a jury. I said, no, for something is you go put Jamina do. I said, Jackie, for your need, but the way what is Uzua. When I got the mom, said, then I want your way. If it keep in the you rub me on a jury. Hello, hello, hello. If you can hear this song, somebody loves. Hello, say cheer. Hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you. One, two, three, come on. Thank you. So when I love a come, you they will be come me down, make me come down. Be like a voice when you talk so. Yeah, my girl of the right. I know you there for me when necessary. Girl, you there for me when necessary. Yes, I'm there for you when necessary. And if I delay today, I'm sorry. Must be what's going Si so what I put in to a situation. Oh, cool top of the White Tower. And she don't want me there alone. She says she don't care about what I do. And she don't want me there alone. She says she don't care about what I do. Let me see. My girl, can you tell me what you're feeling? My girl, can you tell me how you're feeling? My girl, I know you got a real feeling for me. I know you wanna let go away from me. I know you wanna do good things for me. Anything I know you do away from me. The white man taking you away from me. I see with me, what you do. See someone I feel it to my situation. Oh, come from the White Tower. And she don't want me there alone. She says she don't care about what I do. And she don't want me there alone. She says she don't care about what I do. Chill. Let me say, one time say, God will my body. Can you go with your daddy? Hey, and your mom with me. Anything, baby. My body. Can you go with your daddy? Showtime. 1, 2, 3, 4. Say, when I love, I will come. You're the one me come. Come me down, baby, come. We love your voice when you're dumb, so. Yeah, my, yeah, you're the right one. I know you're there for me when necessary. Girl, you're there for me when necessary. Yes, I'm there for you when necessary. And if I delay today, I'm moving. I'm seeing me, what's your power? sisobola kuleka sekisiwa okuyitamba bwe wayitawa ekisiro wabidde yaddo. You don't care about what I do. You don't want me there, you know. You don't care about what I do.
Thank you very much, Uganda Police Brass Band. Thank you very much, Uganda Prisons. Thank you, everybody. Could we all stand to our feet for the playing of the Uganda anthem, the East African anthem? Please be seated. Our guest of honor, the Prime Minister and leader of government business, the Right Honorable Robin Nabanja, the Minister for Public Service, Honorable Muruli Mukasa, the Head of Public Service and Secretary to Cabinet, Mrs. Lucy Nachobe Mbonye, Permanent Secretaries, Executive Directors, and senior officials from all the ministries, departments, and agencies, our partners in the media, exhibitors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this very special occasion, the celebration of the Africa Public Service Day. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we're extremely honored to have you in our midst today. My name is Peter Odeke, and together with Mr. Chetume Kasanga, we are acting as masters of ceremony to ensure that this day goes as planned. We thank you that you have made the time to visit each and every stall that we have today. Could we give a round of applause to the Right Honorable Prime Minister? Now, Honorable Prime Minister, even as you take in your breath, I'll just invite my co-MC to come and take us through a bit of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Co-MC. Right Honorable Prime Minister, what my Co-MC did not mention is that he works with the Parliament of Uganda and that I work with the Ministry of Information and Communications Technology, National Guidance. My name is Chetu Mekasanga, as I was already mentioned, to coordinate the remaining part of the program. Particularly, the first item is entertainment from prisons. After that entertainment, we shall have a brief of the keynote address by the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. I'm buying time as prisons take center stage. Prisons, please come on stage. The Ministry of Trade, Industry and the Cooperatives will give us a summary in 3 or so minutes of what he has already said. After that, I will invite the Permanent Secretary, the lead organizer of this function and other activities that have taken place within the week, Mrs. Catherine Tarakwate Msingwire, who with humility I will request at that point to invite the Honorable Minister of Public Service, Honorable Muli Mukasa, and OB of Kavalega SS in Masindi, where I come from. Then the Honorable Minister will take the sole occasion to invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister to give us her speech. Prisons. Strictly one item, the soca dance.
Yes.
Yeah, you called it Magulu Muliro, something like that.
Oh, mama, the way back, no mugeni wena sangala. Sangala na mugeni yena sangala. Kwetu kumana kutata nuka na bazuka kona basima. Sangala. Mama kumche mchita. Sangala na mugeni wa basani mulu ya tona tena pisanuka. Sangala. Sangala. Mulu kuli chipi chitambula chona chona chinira. Sangala. 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 Na mugeni yena sangala. 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 Na mugeni yena sangala. Nakobanga tibana tijabula omoyo gondo byokwembera baliwo omoyo gondo byokubona kwakire mwana wange nje namujira wa tyakireba
Okay, a round of applause for them. Thank you very much, prisons. All along, I've been thinking you are experts in keeping inmates and guests, but I'm proving that you're also very good dancers and you have a brass band, rather jazz band. Right Honorable Prime Minister, as I recognized the arrival of all those guests that you're seated with in the main tent, the following three people were busy checking on their stalls, on the readiness of their stalls, and therefore I didn't have the chance to introduce them. May you allow me, Right Honorable Prime Minister, to introduce the following three in no particular order of protocol. I will begin with the PS Ministry of Education and Sports, Madam Ketla Maro, followed by, maybe before that, I worked with the Madam Ketla Maro in OPM. She was in special programs. I was heading the Prime Minister's press unit. Madam, you're welcome. Mr. Agri Chivenge, the PS Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Again, I worked with him. He was under secretary. I was what I've said. He's now permanent secretary. I need a promotion like you people. It's long overdue. I've been on this position for 11 years now. The last person I want to introduce is the PS Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Vincent Waiswa Bajire. I don't know the order, whether it's okay. Yeah, he's called Bajire Vincent Waiswa. The title honorable is because he was once an MP. Once an MP, ever an MP honorable. At this point in time, allow me to, I worked with him in the Ministry of ICT. He was my PS. Allow me to invite Mr. Emmanuel Mutahunga to come and give us a brief of his paper in 3 minutes. Mr. Mutahunga is representing the PS Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. I will request that you give a copy, a hard copy to the Prime Minister. For you here, you come and deliver the soft copy. Thank you.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Minister, the head of public service and Secretary to Cabinet, the other senior government officials here. I have the very unenviable task of talking about the African Continental Free Trade Area in about 3 minutes. I bet it will be the shortest presentation on the African Continental Free Trade Area ever made. But I want to assure you that the key message in the context of today's theme and celebration will come out. The apologies of my peers have already been registered, and therefore I proceed straight to really bring out the relevance of a resilient public service or public administration in delivering the African Continental Free Trade Area. First, I will address myself to 2 issues. Number one, what the African Continental Free Trade Area is, particularly in as far as the opportunities and obligations it avails us as a country. And then second, why it is important that our public service or public administration is indeed fit for purpose for us to fully harness those opportunities. So, the African Continental Free Trade Area is essentially a market integration arrangement contained in an agreement that was signed in 2018 and brings together the economies of 54 of Africa's 55 countries. Its scope of coverage is trade in goods in terms of liberalization or removal of tariffs on goods traded intra-Africa to be done in phases over a period of 13 years. With some products, about 3% of products to be excluded from that liberalization, essentially for purposes of any protections to be accorded or to the domestic economies. Then within the trade in goods, there are other protocols that facilitate or regulate trade in goods, protocols such as those on trade facilitation, customs cooperation, standards, rules of origin, and the like. Then we have an element, a strong element of trade in services, the intangibles, the likes of tourism, the movement of capital, the movement of persons. Also liberalized where 5 priority sectors have been agreed. So in effect, what that does to us is that as a country, it offers us an opportunity to access wider markets across the entire African continent without the products having to be subjected to quantitative restrictions or quotas or to tariffs. And the projection is that implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area will lift 30 million people out of extreme poverty and generate an additional $450 billion in incomes by 2035. Now the question is, how much of that income, the $450 billion, are we able as public administration, as public service, to bring to Uganda? Because remember, these estimates are for the whole of Africa. And this is where now it comes in as for us as the public administration or public service to do those activities that would ensure that Uganda partakes a bigger share of that portion of new income created by the African Continental Free Trade Area. And what are these issues? From our engagements with the public sector, private sector, there are about 3 or 4 fundamental issues that have to be addressed, and these have already been highlighted in the National TFT Implementation Strategy. The first one is increasing production so that our production matches market requirements. Already there are significant government policies and programs aimed at increasing production, such as the Paris Development Model and the like, as we all know them. But now that we have wider markets, we must be able to scale up so that what we produce, if a market requires 100 tons per week, we are not only able to say supply 10, but we are able to supply what the market requires. That's a very significant element that we have to do, and it is indeed the public sector that has to drive that. It's already been pointed out. The second one is on infrastructure integration. How easy is it for one to move, a business person, for example, to move from here to Algeria, to Nigeria, to South African Republic? How easy is it for people to move from East Africa to West Africa or North Africa? Now, these are agents that move or transcend beyond borders. So we are talking about infrastructure integration. We are looking at integration of infrastructure on land, that's roads and rail. We are looking at integration on sea. If we look at the water routes, do we have shipping lines interconnecting Africa, and also in air, including air space liberalization. The third one is on information empowerment, so that not only us, the public servants who literally do not do mass production and trade, are very conversant with the African continental free trade area and the opportunities it creates, but also the private sector which does the production. So that with information empowerment and provision, the private sector is able to make responsive investment decisions. The fourth is peace and security. It's very fundamental because without that, essentially no trade takes place. Now, with this summary, I would want to believe that each one of us agrees that you will need to have a strong, resilient public administration, public service, to be able to have the public sector enabling or bolstering the ability of the private sector to take advantage of the opportunities that the CFTA creates, but also beyond the CFTA, the other integration arrangements that Uganda is a party to and the opportunities that they create therein. Then the last bit that I want to talk about is the importance of us as a public administration, appreciating that we are essentially different parts of the same chain. And therefore we have to be complementary in our roles. If trade goes and negotiates the market, when we move back, work with agriculture to increase the production for agricultural products. We work on the industry to increase value addition. You work with the Ministry of Energy because for each process, you need energy. You are able to work with the Ministry of Works so that the requisite infrastructure which is put in place, like I mentioned, the infrastructure integration. Now, the key message is, as a public service, how working in a harmonized way, reinforcing each other, so that indeed, as a country in aggregate, you have the requisite strength to be able to fully harness the opportunities. Because if you don't do that, the opportunities remain flying in the air and somebody else takes them. I thank you very much.
Thank you for being so brief. As brief as the miniskirt, with due respect, short enough to arouse interest, but long enough to cover the subject. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I wanted to end with the PS in my introductions. I wanted to end with the PS, Minister of Works and Transport, for one reason that he's an elder to the other three. That's why I wanted to end with him. Allow me therefore to recognize the presence of Mr. Bagaya Waiswa, the PS Minister of Works and Transport. I'm going to hand over to my co-MC to drive the remaining part of the program. But before I do, I would like you to reserve some few seconds and listen to this. One is that the public appreciates what the public service does in service delivery. I have two particular messages that I stumbled on Twitter. One of them is, thank you very much, Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, for driving the digital vision and digital transformation in Uganda. The last one, Right Honorable, is these are messages from the citizens. Uganda driver licensing system, main branch at railway station plot number 57 Nasa Road is doing an amazing job. The level of efficiency is top notch. I pray this can be duplicated in other service-oriented sectors. Well done, team, Minister of Works and Transport. A lot of positive lessons picked in the very short time spent at the station. Mr. Bagaya Waiswa, the roads in the oil fields are fantastic. I was there for the last 3 days. I came back yesterday. Kudos. Mr. Peter Odeke, I'm going to transfer you somewhere there and then hand over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chetume Kasanga. Right Honorable Prime Minister, as masters of ceremony for the day, most of our duty is now done, and we are happy to hand over to more important persons. So it gives me great pleasure to invite the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Public Service, Mrs. Catherine Bitarakwate Musingwire, the person who has driven all the preparations for today's activities and ensured that today is a success. And I believe it has been the success that you can see. So with humility, allow me to invite the Permanent Secretary to make her remarks, and thereafter invite the Minister for Public Service to also make his remarks and invite you, the Prime Minister, as our guest of honor. Thank you very much.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Minister, the Head of Public Service and Secretary to Cabinet, colleagues, Permanent Secretaries, public officers in your respective capacities, ladies and gentlemen, and the media. On behalf of the Ministry of Public Service and the organizing committee, I greet you all warmly and welcome you to this year's Africa Public Service Day. Our beloved guest, Right Honorable Prime Minister, today is the climax of a number of activities that have been taking place through this week. We started with a gala hosted by Makerere University, which was very well attended. And it was the beginning of showing that actually the government can work as a whole in a very cordial atmosphere. This was followed by corporate social responsibilities by some government institutions, namely State House, which painted Shimoni Demonstration School, Ministry of Internal Affairs, which donated goods to expectant mothers and other patients at Buwambo Health Center 4, Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, which cleaned Bugolobi Market, and Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, which cleaned Uganda-China Friendship Hospital, Naguru. The theme of today has already been mentioned. It's quite a mouthful, but very appropriate for the time we're in as government and with the vision that has been organized for us. This is the Africa Public Service Day, is a day when we commemorate our role and value each of our contributions towards nation building. Right Honorable Prime Minister, today, besides the paper of the day, you've seen the exhibition which we have here. I don't need to mention, but there are about 25 institutions which have exhibited what they do and are also providing services on spot. On this note, I'd like to appreciate the entire organizing committee that has put this together. And I wish to assure you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, that government indeed can work as a whole, because all these are efforts of the individual institutions. They have put their heart and soul into this to showcase what they do. We have also seen that besides the exhibition, these gallant public officers can also entertain. We have seen we have an in-house band. We have got traditional dancers. We have got the media, all of whom are contributing towards the development of this country in their various capacities. There is one guest whom I have, who hasn't been mentioned, that is Dr. Omagino, the Executive Director of Uganda Heart Institute, who has also made it here. I think he's the highest dignitary from the Ministry of Health. And we have seen what health is displaying and offering services right on spot. Before I conclude my brief remarks, I'd like to most sincerely thank government for giving us the confidence to serve, for supporting us where they have been able to, and for also enabling us to be patient in the midst of challenges. but most of all, for giving us the vision that Uganda is going forward. Yes, there may have been challenges, but the vision is strong and we are all behind government. I thank you very much for honoring our invite and for making it to this occasion, despite your very busy schedule. Thank you very much for listening to me. And at this juncture, I invite my Honorable Minister of Public Service, Honorable Wilson Murori Mukasa, to address you. Thank you.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister, our chief guest at this occasion, the head of service, the permanent secretaries here present, officers, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen who have come here, including the media. We're indeed very happy and grateful that, Right Honorable, you have found time to come and grace this occasion as guest of honor as we celebrate the Africa Public Service Day. You are welcome. Just before I invite you, Right Honorable, I would like to reaffirm that the public service and government are in a Christian marriage relationship. Yes, Christian, I stress that it cannot be dissolved. It cannot be dissolved. Therefore, Right Honorable Prime Minister, that in that marriage relationship and for it to work very well without too much conflict, it's necessary that what is needed in a marriage should be provided by government, which is the husband, and then we move on very well. But we really pledge that we are there to make sure that all the visions and the programs and the arrangements that government has are actually translated into reality. The service will translate them into reality for the benefit and development of the country. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you are welcome. Thank you.
The Honorable Murori Mukasa, Minister of Public Service, the Head of Public Service, the Deputy Head of Public Service, and Secretary to Cabinet, the Permanent Secretaries, the President of the Association of the African Public Administrators and Managers, senior officials, and staff from ministries, departments, and the agencies, the members of the private sector, the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from His Excellency the President, who is okay, though he's unable to come. Thank you for your prayers because he started doing his presidential duties. Before I read HE's speech, because he has given me a written speech, allow me to thank all the exhibitors. Your exhibitions are up to date, I'm telling you. Let me now read the President's speech. I join you all, the public servants in Uganda, to commemorate this year's Africa Public Service Day. This is an association to celebrate and recognize the contribution of the public service to national development and the socio-economic transformation of Uganda. I want to use this day's occasion to remind you that your role is to help the people of Uganda achieve their legitimate interests. You are expected to understand and serve those interests in the day-to-day execution of your duties. You must desist from prioritizing foreign or imperial or selfish or parasitic interests. These frustrate the aspirations and the goals of the people of Uganda. What are people's interests? Their interests are development, peace, jobs, and wealth creation, market access, education, health, etc. Therefore, your primary responsibility as public servants is to work for peace and prosperity of this country. This calls for patriotism to foster the unity and progress of your country. Besides being patriotic, you must also work for the unity of East Africa and Africa in order to guarantee the prosperity and security of Uganda even better. The unity of the market of Uganda is not enough to guarantee our prosperity and strategic security. These two first principles, patriotism and Pan-Africanism, are the cornerstones for triggering Uganda's socio-economic transformation. This transformation involves lifting the remaining 39% of the Uganda's household from subsistence farming to modern money economy. Therefore, it is important for you, the public servants, to understand the cardinal role of fulfilling the aspirations of the people of Uganda. This must be clear and well understood. I want to also urge you to ensure that you remain healthy and fit. If you know that you are a patriot and that your family and your country depend on you, you cannot handle your life recklessly. You cannot drink alcohol. You cannot be promiscuous. You should engage in sports and exercises in order to be fit and lead a disciplined life. If you do not do the above, you may get into complications. You may be weakened by alcohol. You may get STDs, including HIV and AIDS from promiscuity. You may be unfit and sickly because you lack exercises. All this will undermine your ability to make a contribution to your country or sacrifice for it if necessary. Therefore, you should ensure that your body, mind, and spirit are in good condition so as to be ready to contribute to your country, to the East Africa, and to Africa. Finally, I once again wish you a happy Africa Public Service Day. I thank you for God and my country.
Thank you very much. Could we all stand up and allow the police bands to play the anthems in reverse order? Thereafter, I'll ask that you please remain in your places to allow for the Prime Minister to depart, and the exhibition will continue. Police band. Thank you very much, Uganda Police Band. And we are now going to see the departure of the Right Honorable Prime Minister. The Minister for Public Service will lead the team that are seeing the Prime Minister off. And we have been extremely honored that the Prime Minister was able to visit all the stalls and interact with you. To all our exhibitors, the afternoon continues. Please ensure that you keep your stalls open to allow for the different guests to come and see what you have in your different stalls. Otherwise, we thank you so much for this beautiful day and thank you for all your attendance. Have a lovely day.
African Union, United Nations. Omulamwa gw'omwaka guno tubadde African Union yasalawo okukola akatale kawa African free market. Era kasuubirwa abantu abasukka okubajja mu bwavu ne kubeera n'abaweereza ba gavumenti abakulu abatuufu abeesimbu ate abayimbya abatuukiriza enteekateeka n'enkola zonna za gavumenti aziteeka mu nkola. Kale tubadde wano era tubadde n'ebitongole bingi bya gavumenti biraga kiki kyebikola kubanga oluusi abantu asinga obungi tebatyakula mukisa kugenda mu bitongole nakukwatagana n'ababikola babuulira kiki ekitongole ekyekola kikola n'okuweereza omulimu kuba abantu balina batya okuweza beetaaga kale tubadde wano n'ebitongole bisukka emidaala byolesa ebikola ebikola era n'abantu bazze bangi nnyo okulaba nti balaba tufunye abantu baagala naye najja babagake abadde lujakuzibwa bakugira ku hoteri ebikwa naye twasalawo kyotandika nomwaka omugazi w'emikulu abantu bonna abafuna embeera za gavumenti zisobola okujja balabe abaweereza baabwe boogere nabo bababuuze babalage ekiki kye bakola ate mu nkola eyo basobola okubaamu amagezi ate wano yetukoze naye waliwo akakuuse bulungi nawe kyokutandi genda mu maaso omwaka abantu bangi bajja basobola okufuna ekigenda mu maaso twabadde n'emizannyo ekitongole bya gavumenti byasajja n'abantu abawerako ebitongole bya gavumenti byakoze kuliza Minister of China Affairs yatondedde kale nno enkola eyo eraga nti gavumenti katisaabisi saabisi y'abantu era ekulembeza bantu kwefaako yokka oba kwekolera ebyo kabiteeyagala olwekyo okubaka kuno okuteeka okubeerawo olina okunywezebwa sobera timwaka okujja atejakotikibyo kyetukoze wano kikolebwa emazisiti era kikyali kizibu twogezezaako bakukyaba enfuna yaffe edala kubakiza bulungisobola kutegesa bukyala atulobolamu kitongole egamba ebyo ebyo kyekubeerawo tusobola okuweereza wabirunya tusobole okuyamba enkulaakulana okugenda mu maaso naye asalawo paka buli omu batandika era kakati kyekirumika kyaffe okuweereza kusooka tebiina okubeera abamu balina abakozi olwekyo ekyo nakyo nene ate ebikozesebwa nabyo tebinaba era abakozi wekuli kumala kyali sokuta amaanyi abakozi Nocho endowooza ekyali tunakola kinakisobose after sina computer sina ki endowooza eyo ekyaliwo naye mpolampola kubanga waliwo ebintu bingi ebiteekeddwawo okulaba nti endowooza ezo egenda ekyuka twogera n'abaera oba nti yes tusobola okukola ebikola ebyo ebisoboka maanyi gaffe okusinziira ku betulina mpolampola mbeera eyo yennyini twetaaga kusobozesa okuweereza sente